Engine, call for engine 14, engine 14, city of Lucas, so here is the also see you leave. 55, 18 minutes, 9518 right, room 322, ESG 1404, crossing with floodgate and south signals. For call by dispatch at 1521.
Down 6 rounds.
Gotta be down here. This place is empty.
I guess so.
Yeah. Friendly. It hasn't changed from the previous version of Linux Mint, at least not in terms of user interface, although there is an optimization because of the alien store files it hasn't changed from the previous version of the user interface, although there is an optimization because of the rules of the installation with large requirements and then remove our installation media and press enter.
Be exposed as being a nothing, no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it, and they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, etc., etc. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. You know, they've used tariffs on us. We've never had anybody sitting in that chair that...
The first entry on the top of the screen here is the Marshall Heath meter. So I was able to start the output of
tariffs are very important.
And again, there's the command. It's definitely a very useful one to but this might be useful if you're investigating an issue that happened within a particular window of time. So that way you can avoid looking at log entries that are not really events or investigate. So this example is something after we're investigating an issue that happened within a particular window of time. So that way you can avoid log entries that are not really events or investigate. So this example is
assisting with both the investigation and to ensure the safety of the Providence community. Additionally, Providence Fire
and Chinatown.
If you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does. Whichever option is closest to.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And you can use that word.
And I said to them, location 10-20.
I'll get the sleeping inside on the traffic stop.
Good evening. I'm Providence Mayor Greg Smiley. I'm joined here tonight by Fire Chief Derek Silva, Brown.
Probably 18.
Registered to Adam from the house. Thank you.
Hold on, dispatch.
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know, Santa's, he tends to be a little bit on the cherubic side. You know what cherubic He tends to be a little bit on the cherubic side. You know what cherubic
VHF radio, and where the satellite was on February 11th, 1958. Let's see if this works. It does not. In any case, it just sounds like that warbling sound that you heard when I tuned in that particular thing. That's one of those things. The cosmic ray.
Negative 5 in progress.
A couple of wet towels, a thickness of moist towels that I just soaked in the sink. And we put this in front. We're going to see if it affects the ability of this to drive the microwave, to drive the fluorescent fuse. So turn it on. Let's see what happens.
Negative 5 in progress.
When I hold this in front, it fluoresces. And as I move this away, the towel is so thick, moist towel. It works out on the social. When we put this in front, we're going to see the temperature drive the microwave to drive the fluorescent fuse. So turn it on.
If you're borrowing money, so clearing up that money, or trying to get a car loan and taking out a mortgage, that is a bad business. This is the third interest rate cut of this year. The Fed's rate cut, so those lower borrowing costs should make it at least a little bit cheaper to borrow money.
Is to install a virtual machine. And here I installed a virtual box down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host main operating system. Once the video calls, I set up a virtual machine that takes 2 years. But just to show you what I've got going on here, a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7 installed at the front of the machine.
Ordered by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christi. Gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's spyraycon.com. Fusion open. The links are in the description to get for censoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without the basics of
rather than pulse audio as its default sound. But sadly, it also means that we're cursed with the new thinner Ubuntu interface. And indeed, video editor, sorry, which proves that Windows applications. What if you need to run something that's only available for
Capture the They've never had a chance to come back into our country. We inherited of our country, so we took and a period of 2 months like this, we turned it into
the DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Warner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
This card used is actually known as a mobile advertising name. And you know it doesn't include your name, it is you want your specific offer and the part most people in 2 particular ways. Number 1, area search, better known as geofencing. The officer basically draws all the shots. Hello? You fine?
Hello.
Hello?
Audacity, run machine, handbrake recoding, K-Live video editor, going down the Autodesk Audio Studio, no difference under system tools, we might not have expected that, and no difference under. Finally, it is worth noting that all of the extra applications included in Pro can be installed for free. Run machine, handbrake, encoding, K-Live video editor, go down the Autodesk
activity.
As we like to in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear by continuous popularity. People want an operating
Dog through the streets of New York.
Time 2324 Frank X-ray. 2324.
Settings upper.
Regarding youth collateral, probably 18.
All that, and again, because I think people that they do it, and we try to work with them. So I think Jason, Jennifer, and the team, and Amanda's going to be on that of knowing who's the ones that are opening the door, where are they at with their capacity, how can we help them support it. Again, that's one of our trigger points is saying they're getting ready to reach capacity, we want them to get covered. That's one of those trigger points when we open up ours, and we take that overflow with that. So.
Banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get you started. We print must-have merch like t-shirts and water bottles. Whether you want to right now, you can be 20% off with code.
And that's one of our points of saying there's
Medic 12.
Book on VPN. We all know what a VPN does and what it does. We have one But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs to help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print t-shirts, or a few thousand. We print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, we print for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. Postcards and flyers that get people talking. We must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. We print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with We print it. Pheasant.com. We know this print for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need for your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs to help your business stand. Watcher 39,600 and 11 of this
video completion 115 foot.
I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Here's how. National Concealed I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Yourself a valid CCPD.
Good
first draft for a desktop environment, but it is very much a first draft in a lot of areas. We're going to talk about everything that Cosmic offers, what I think about it, and also what I think about PopOS 24.04, which is the main vessel used by Cosmic, although it is also on other disks. And we're also talking about the Cosmic. In this video, we're going to talk about this video, you all know what a million dollars, and you will probably have one any complicated way to watch students
at the courthouse.
Serious charges that are DA's office
You'd like to vote on, you all know what a million dollars and what you should probably have one handy.
Gateways, let's call it, or a DTC access point.
Video complete.
Put that here.
to those criminals.
We don't need to put one
because they are so having to do with all the things we're talking about today.
We only need one of them.
But if anything, I think
that's stumbling over the word articulable is objectively
of the law.
Like all the
Because the other Justice Department, if you want to learn how to
in light of China's somewhere going to 20 anniversary confined, we do have for dogs.
Video complete.
We all know what a VPN does and what you should probably have one handy.
About what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's critical. To not have a house that to keep warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me, a coworker, who has a coworker who works for ferries and overseas.
Sitting around here and not able to cards
to be my own daily drive server. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Is to install the and here I've installed the box and this allows you to operating system versus the main operating system. I'm going to have but just to show you what's going on, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP, early
being jumped, but it's too early to label it as the cause of the incident. Much of the country is battling extreme weather, quick moving storms, rain and snow into the northeast, Arctic chills expected in the coming days from the Midwest to the Northeast. Out west, record-breaking rain has caused flooding in the Pacific Northwest, with water rescues and evacuations in Washington state. Forbes released its annual list of the world's 100 most powerful women. Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian, Melinda French Gates,
Video complete.
a cercare quei ripari personali che si permettono di rompere al nodo del dramma
Forbes released its annual list of the world's 100 most powerful women. Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian, Melinda
Frank-Gaten/Coldfusion Open to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. Because great gifts like these earbuds that's buyraycon.com/Coldfusion Open. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. And at the same time, without guaranteed delivery by AI into every great gifts like these earbuds, visual play by Raycon.com/Coldfusion Open. Thanks to this video. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring at the same time,
Video complete.
They're actually on scene. I think I just checked that out over the media. They haven't declared scene safe yet. The 2 units are on scene. They haven't declared scene safe yet.
Video complete.
That.
Raycon for sponsoring this video. At the same time, without using the basis, the company began pushing AI into every one of its services.
Science fully completed. Process 3,300.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Video complete.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is not... Some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's... There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Point 202. All you need is and it's got to help. 12111 128.
I think we can restore those traditions and change their equal participation. For example, on the external
Video complete.
You have your usual wallpaper, which you can change. It works as you'd expect. You don't have.
Hello. Hello. Well, clear view, sir.
Okay, it's not fine. So, key, so we need to install key.
Video complete.
Good.
Information after 173 Agricultural advised workers in the room civilian on top of the military.
Video complete.
Millions of people going to our border having nothing.
Science treasure configuration complete. Processed 3,300.
Not able to give out cards once the bill's in service.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Weiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
These are some of the most serious
Business. Watch out.
Video complete.
The critical one is that if you have
The tricky we're going anywhere. You guys had more too. Man, it's like you got fucking cake for them.
Applications of their modes, settings of modes, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, the virtual
doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. We can fix this by going backwards and the system will now reboot. Video complete for Windows 11. We can fix this by going backwards
Proton VPN. And all know what a VPN
Video complete.
Once the bill's inserted. Yeah, I got the key flat, yeah. I just did it. I got no record. It's 9:15, I've got that one going. I have an entry box.
Spectrum analysis engaged. Spectrum analysis engaged.
Complete.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Sound for changes to
That's Warren G. Harding. I don't remember what the consumer's name was.
Video complete.
Part 3 and 6, clearing article on house.
My concern is folks on Main Street.
If you get to your area, you can see part of the world. Probably an on-cosmic and bad boy.
You got any years to everything, probably 18.
Yeah, because the elevation is pressure that you have your shoulder and your buttstock, the way that you're centered up on the rifle, the elevation is the pressure that you have your shoulder and your buttstock, the way that you're centered up on the rifle, the elevation,
to move on down to target. Now take a look right there, he did have the one hit, which hits him right to move on now to target number 2. He has a magazine.
And this is a repeater. Nice. He's going to hold his ground.
Now, from that, we get to this message because the virtual machine doesn't really requirements for Windows 11. But we can shift it backwards.
The conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UN maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Owen's head coach for 2 seasons, led the 0-9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
White, or is Maria Gomez out of San Diego, Texas? Status and interest is confirmed.
Unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll make a social post for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/Arrow.
Short video creation complete.
Ready for the next job, sir? This meter will need to be programmed for Kokomo. I'm ready, sir.
So we'll click on finish.
Video. Can you show me back and forth and I'm going to check the call the closest one and I'll notify you which call I'm going to be heading to? Well, I'm going to be placing a straight stick in your call. If you can actually go to that one first, it's going to be 4930 Lesson Drive. Well, you can show me around.
They are not with you for you.
Thank
you very much, sir.
Finally, we have the access to the seat. Each of these includes a different desktop environment, and if we doubt, go for Cinnamon, which is the most popular. Another good distro for those who want an easy transition to Linux is Zorin OS. This has a similar default power and menu configuration to Linux Mint, and even includes different layouts here under Zorin Appearance, which try to mirror the look and feel of different versions.
Video complete.
Elevator, sitting round and round and not able to give up cards. 32 was the stuff I was doing. 15, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Video complete.
Get started. Go ahead.
And we have never been satisfied with his parents.
Short video creation complete.
Okay, make contact with this lane.
Scan complete. System is secure. Video complete.
Well, you got to use catamaran for 18.
Video complete.
Make you a unique logo, create a custom website,
Video complete.
or a social post for you, and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Harold. GoDaddy.com/AI.
Short video creation complete.
Okay, make contact with this lane.
the address was donated to 442
Video
Happy New Year to everyone. Good to see you back at 26. Okay.
Nice 15.
Ask myself that in a minute.
Video complete. Video complete.
Comprehension section of focus skills that are 18 matters, 18 matters. He has the
Actually kill his parents. His lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the judge. We have little story tonight. At the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that the DA's office can bring.
Yeah, can you call 47 with an update?
And then 9:15,
Video complete.
This is something that you will not have to deal as 18 matters, some form of matter. He has 06010, work on this at 16 so.
Audacity, drum machine, handbrake for encoding, Caden Live video editor, go
Video
down
complete.
to OBS Studio and VLC Media Player. And just to finish things off, there is no difference on the system tools, we might not have expected that, and no difference on the utilities. Finally, it's worth noting that all of the extra applications included in Pro can be installed for free in the Core Edition. However, I know that some people do like everything.
In 27. Location 13-20. Video complete.
Disseminating opportunities for funding for, the service providers. This is things that we can kind of do in there. We can't be a shelter that just starts offering a bunch of services and then ERC, because again, we're dealing with mainly the cold weather and keeping people warm, fed, and sheltered at the time. But she's already been an asset, and again, those are some of the things that she's been working on. So with that, I'll stand by for.
Video complete.
The Texas tag, Robert Charles North, 6634. We'll be towing trailer.
18 for dispatch. 10. I'm clearing from Waverly after the results when you're ready. One unable to contact RT, one patrol,
Video complete.
and 2 unable to locate. The black owner is Rogelio Arevalo out of San Marcos. Negative 3 insurance is unconfirmed, unconfirmed. Oh, correction, Maroon.
Video complete.
And
at the time of the
here set by
and I said to them,
in Europe, we had another deal that's about that size.
This December we
There were a few really key people at that time who were publicly talking about how to use Python for science.
short video creation complete.
Was one of them were last year.
You probably know this.
So, can you please check?
It's Maroon.
10-4.
Hastings was neglected roaming around this address.
Video complete.
And what we'd probably do is, instead of just saying how we listen on, we'd probably reduce the size from being Garza, say, by 25. We hit 100. You drop that down to 75 and start moving 25 over there, and then you have a little bit of space.
We'll find out. I'm very busy. I was so impressed.
Being a nothing, we would have else work. They use complete. But we've never had anybody sitting in a chair that so what we need to do is allow them to taxpayer to the hours a day. We there's a very important
Reduce the size, then go to 25. We hit 100. Drop that down to 75 and start moving 25 over there, and then you have a little bit of space.
And we know the council knows this. That's how I was so impressed that Chris Zoe, the project manager from work, you're gonna love the people you work with.
One final try. It's this one more. It's still fight off. If he misses, he's done. One final try. If he hits this one, he'll make it to the finals. If he misses, he's done. So here's the final.
13, engine 13, leopard 92. Moon 13, engine 13, with 92 is the patient at HB class and leopard. 1145 leopard. 1145 leopard, he is the expecting 16. Crossing with spawn and constant word on English 1 at 16 reading.
Video complete.
437 Topeka.
1027.
4426323. 26323.
Location 14-20. Video complete.
Order calculator. Once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the dollar bills. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
If possible, we'll seriously.
Video complete.
Could be difficulty breathing at 2606 Hospital Boulevard, 2606 Hospital Boulevard. Could be room 18. He is at 3318 Crossroads Baylor. Well, he was sworn at 1621.
One goes in without my authority.
Video complete.
You've got no eyes, you've got no ears up there, you've got none but a subject.
It was conducted with my authority.
I'm right here.
It'll make you a unique logo.
It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started.
Short video creation complete.
From 5 117, 5 91. This could be for a trauma call.
Video complete.
Rocher and Shady. He has used personally. Work on our custom
It sets you up with a social media
Short video creation complete.
It started to go
Short video creation complete.
logo. It'll create a custom website.
Proton.
It'll write social. What do you say? Get started.
Short video creation complete. Short video creation complete.
Once the bill
Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Video complete.
Sing it for you guys. And if you guys then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
I know, but there is a fantastic first draft of it. It is still a
Okay, 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Video complete.
So what's our business?
Good first draft for a desktop environment, but it is very much a first draft in a lot of areas. So we're going to talk about everything that Cosmic offers, what we think about it, also what I think about OS 24.04, which is the main vessel to use Cosmic, although it is also on other distros. And we'll also talk about our sponsor. So this video is sponsored by Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy, if only that is not available in your room.
When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it. And I was clean but I found out that my liquids absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully,
Okay, then 9:15,
Authoritarian 717.
Detention the rules to conspire to distribute ketamine. Prosecutors say he sold ketamine to another doctor and gave it to Perry. Now to Mexico City, where a heated congressional session turned physical. Take a look at this. Here from the chambers of several legislators at the podium, shoving hitting pulling each other's hair.
thankfully, my husband recovered, but I knew he needed a safer option. A week later, we were having dinner at my husband's sponsor. His wife was using this sleek silver cutting board.
He's about 29, currently a stable seat station. He was talking to Florida on
Video complete.
He didn't call one. Now that's the stable seat station.
and Shelby.
Can you check desktop 3300, the corner of Santa Fe and Ayers? Customer service option is closed.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now. And I said to them,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And maybe one of the stops that's under redevelopment or upgrade or whatever. Let me head down that ramp in Florida for a while.
that is solid. That stumbling on the word articulate is effectively.
And this is all steered by electronic
Have you already heard of the shaver that set up have you already heard of my shaver that set down in the garden?
Chris, we're going to Elementary Town parking lot.
And high frequency, we're going to use, we use orange. High frequency would look like this. Okay? Now, this is the problem. We need to be able to get through, let's say, the side of a building. This is your building. The issue here is goes through the wall and maybe dissipates a little bit. It keeps going. Whereas the high frequency and high frequency, we're going to use high frequency labeled previously go across and say this is the problem. We need to be able to get through a wall. Let's say the side of a building. This is your building. The issue here is low frequency goes through the wall and maybe dissipates a little bit. Whereas the high
I think my 16 years now, my by electronic fighter pilots to follow Redbird for justice.
Updates for the system and for the application.
Now what I'm doing is recall previous
business cards. So to here, everything you need to get your brand.
You can see right here that we have spans
that help your business.
Anytime I restart the service,
And you should have the law see who's been calling in for traffic, who's been warning everybody.
Video complete.
Numbers of everybody? No, they all. You have to try to somewhere, or you build in your as and that's all I have is
by electronic face back to the 50s.
There is no sign saying that it's closed. You have to check the detours and see if there's any routes that use that stop that are not able to reach it due to some detour.
Hello. Video complete.
I guess so.
They were even given extra days, and the vehicle's still there. But the reason I get on,
awareness for the folks that are going to be working there, because you may have got a sign on and you work for the city doing administrative work. And next thing you know, you're working at a revenue center. And we want to make sure our folks are trained on how to handle it.
And make sure you guys, if you guys very quickly learn what you do with this, but you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if you have a reason to know.
That's going to be for the Route 6 and the Route 19. I see if you have any training for
I don't have a public reason for this
was put the antenna up and pointed where the satellite was, and February 11th, 1958, let's see if this works. In any case, it just sounds like that's working sound if you heard it. That's what he's saying.
Settings, variables, and you can see that
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because a virtual machine will meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Yeah, so look at the D4, the 19 is on D4, it is scratched out, so that means that stop is closed for the 19, but it's still open for the last 6. So if those individuals are waiting for the 19, they're not going to be picked up there, because that route is on
Video
D4
complete.
due to the construction in the area. Route 6 should be passing by there though.
Okay, let me hit back on there and let them know. I didn't see any, I didn't see any reason why I can't considering it continues straight to
is to install a virtual machine. And here I installed to
Video complete.
the host of the main operating system and was then going to video call has to be a virtual machine. It takes 3 minutes. But just to show you what I've got going on, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed I think it's Office XP.
It's free, you don't have the job to do the big person, you can't afford it. The free store is for everyone, not just for the people that are underneath the streets. We want to prevent you from ending up in the expressway. We want you there. So Friday, 6 o'clock, YMCA. Appreciate it. Ms. Garza, Susie Saldana. Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas.
And here I've installed, I think it's Office XP. And we can find here fonts Ubuntu, which is the old version of the Ubuntu font. So let's install that. There we go. As you see, here going a little bit. So let's do a start.
Not yet been medically cleared by the jail, and we have more stories tonight on his complicated relationship with his parents. Our justice starts us off tonight with the courthouse in Los Angeles.
Dispatch radio.
which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, at least by permitting it to roll full screen and allowing it to share
for the business.
Yeah, so you can say the street station, you put a CCPD right now because we're, on one of the was the two, and they're trying to give them a The female long unit technically went to the voicemail project.
And there's an off-duty officer with him. We got him a youth guy, right? Probably 18. Oh, that's what I'm for. Okay, with these individuals out there on Saturday.
Earlier, they charged dozens of people in Minnesota, Somalia.
Unit 1010 is currently at the
Video complete.
The lower or USB drive is now once again available. The first one I can briefly mention is VMware Workstation. The VirtualBox is a hypervisor that I use
Good.
Courtesy call, Christopher Jackson. I'm here waiting. Already picked up
Video
my
complete.
but Chris is not here yet.
10-4.
The gentleman is going to be Adam Rios, date of birth 12/27/61.
Video complete.
Create a custom website. Write social posts for you and set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com.
Short video creation complete.
4121. 4041.
Okay, I'm back out there with Elaine.
Open calculator. Open calculator.
Robert,
I'm going to the down here to win that. I'm going to disconnect the
Video complete.
Live USB drive will be allowed to test and install Linux Mint 22. Right, we're now booting my i5 rig from the live USB drive we just created. If you need help booting from USB drive, information in the video description. But here we now are at a grub menu that allows us to launch Linux Mint 22.
So there's a thing with EMS,
You have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal. It does the basic stuff. And if you have a simple app, you can install it. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit a file in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing.
Video complete.
You have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal. It does the basic stuff a terminal does. If you have a preferred app, you can install it through Flatpak. You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. And letting you edit
video complete
without having to install something on it. Now you do have the Cosmic App Store, which is a plugin very
location insert 10-20.
Like X-Rail's Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences with you on the go, like at a coffee shop. Fitting all these devices, Gemini is the glue, giving you a simple, conversational interface.
Hello.
like Mr. Swalwell, that you did not speak to the president about what actually happened. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi speak to the president about what was in the Epstein files?
I can't speak for Attorney General.
So to your knowledge, you don't have any information. The question was, do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge? You are refusing to answer the question, so let me tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that it may...
I don't want to give anything. I want all money going to the people.
So instead of having you panic, have you I think
Hello everyone.
This lays the foundation for an agent economy, where specialized agents have access to the data and tools they need to have
Police orders say down there.
Second, web searches pause in real-time access to current information. Intelligent data applications that allow the to reason about worrying events.
Box and goes to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because a virtual machine doesn't need.
May 14. May 14 is a call at 2022 February. 2022 February, number 60.
Video complete.
ES 14 Cross Street, Branson,
The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed some equipment blocks from the down here. And this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host of the main operating system on your computer. But once again, with a video called how to set up a virtual machine that takes you through this. Just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed Office XP.
4930 Wilson, live call. Now the internet to everybody. Everyone patrol, 2 on the locate, 1 may contact RP, 1
Football team Sharon Moore and Moore has now been detained by police. School investigation
Location 10-20. Video
guaranteed delivery by Christmas. Great gifts like these earbuds.
Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the includes on primarycon.com/office save up to 20% off insurance policies, all the way to send off shape to guarantee delivery by Christmas. Because great gifts like these earbuds should show up at primarycon.com/office.
The conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons. This year to a 9-3 record. The team ranked 18 in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
That.
Use it for work, study, entertainment, creativity, or doing. You can install Office suites like Office, NPS Office, Home Office, Word, browsers, and Firefox. As we look forward to context, their life continues to gain popularity. People want to know their answers. When you have to read communication device, but it's a science and you have it in there,
Okay, the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
Video complete.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure.
Online via social threat map rendered with current GPS position. Review for RF hotspots.
And the system will now... And once again, we're arriving at this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here on the desktop with and in various things that can be back here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have a video graphics card on this computer is the video graphics card, we can use the drive manager to install the right drivers for the video graphics card.
Traffic on the board. There's no emergencies right now. Charles, April 2.
Report over. Can you pull your first one, too?
I mean, nobody's taking a lunch. Right now, we have quite a bit of traffic. If you want to get with Tommy, you can the Tommy time.
10.81 in multifamily residential loans, Corpus is 001, and Catamaran Finance Corporation granted ground leases to both entities which granted property documents.
Video complete.
Okay. Somebody else have their passages on board.
And we'll make you a unique logo. We'll create a custom website.
Security skills. Video complete.
Create a custom website.
Drop on the desktop. Settings are very visible, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not
Video complete.
Robbed, raped, stolen, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this secondary factor. I didn't really campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been.
I got the address.
Perfect, thank you. It's going to be for Green County, work order 26383.
Attention on the stations. Attention on the stations.
It is still a
After preliminary use of warnings, action on waiting, holding time and taking sides of RTO. Thank you, Captain Lee. So you will use audio to stand over to the cargo and return goods and the skeleton of Corpus Christi. You will be met.
And I'm...
That's what this meeting is all about. Let's do unit 504. Right on top of that tic-tac-toe, but I'll give you a hint.
The star key. Yes, I hit that and it asked for ID, but nothing shot out of the gym serve. Is there any other way I can get it? It might have timed out. You only get a couple seconds before it times out.
If you're not able to get changed and the time runs out, you gotta call RTA and then they take it from there.
These applications are powerful, fast, and tightly integrated with us. Advanced features compared to basic apps and applications. For example, Ocular is one of the best applications with powerful, fast implementation. High-end features compared to basic apps features for professionals. For example, Ocular is one of the best documents lies in applications for digital signatures, highlighting advanced features for professionals. Install audio for work, study, entertainment, creativity,
this is a local account, not
you can install Office Suite for your office,
set this up. The password there is fair, but it is only a test. And note, we do have an option here to log in automatically. Password. Yes, we have a Z drive, which is the pictures folder I have in. And there we are, a folder called EC Member Updates with various pictures in, which we should be able to look at here in Windows. It works. We have a shared folder in which we can share data in either direction between our Windows virtual machine and our Linux.
Video complete.
Next.
And DB30, is there a case number on the backup?
We're outlining presence known as a rescue task force, linked up with Providence Police with 2 operational locations at Waterman and Thayer and Waterman and Hope. Rescue task forces at the time.
Contents of the sentence, not in the words. I want you to be careful of that, because actually
This right here is Starling Router. Let's go ahead and make that camera. This is the Starling Router. This router is going to have a DTC port on the back. So this information comes in through a DTC port, which is just a simple network port, just like you see anywhere else, because all of the demodulation and all the
Location 13-20.
But if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. If I want to save lives, I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day and said, so beautiful. He says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said, the President saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India and nuclear war. It was getting very close. 7 planes, they were talking about it. But 7 air.
Excited about it, but I got for it.
I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, second session account. And to do that, I'm going to get down here to the virtual box. I'm going to disconnect the network. The private login
Again, that's 401-652-5767. That's the Providence basic tip line here. Specifically, presents tonight on Nick and his colleagues. Before I turn it over to the governor, I just want to speak to the shelter that remains in effect.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're writing the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have a video graphics card, and obviously because there is an video graphics card, you need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the video graphics card.
System is secure. Video complete. Video complete.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked.
Suck bigly.
Yeah.
And how does that work?
And I said to them,
The system will now reboot. And once again, we're writing the Linux Mint, this time on the computer. So log in. And here we are on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that we've done here.
They suck bigly.
Exactly how the phase that we bring up
Now that kind of story is beyond my camp. There's things that one of my sons has do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for the video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, and I hope to talk to you again very soon. Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for the video.
Many distros
enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, and I hope to let us all know is based on the comments section, which is itself based on a distro. Now that's it for the video. You've seen here, please press that button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, and I hope to
trying to make it negative or any of the people spoke negatively. You take the whole thing and keep out to winner. And I want you to look at what's being said. For the taxpayer, we have to remember who you represent. And your job is to save the money, and that's us, to take care of us. And another person will have another person to us.
Thank you, Miss Odette. Last time, 38. So, how much service?
Video. Jason has
What's that song? And what's that song? Where's that rap? Roger that, stand by. Go ahead.
So-called attention 1 Canadian, 102 Canadian, using 7006, crossing with Fort Worth, South Staples, where he was born in 1713.
video complete.
And there we are, it's popped up. We'll ignore what's going on with the graphical desktop, although we can see the drives appeared down there. And if we now do a list of let's clear things or first keep things nice and tidy, let's do an LSLK again. And this time we can see that we've got a SDB, which is our USB drive, and we can see the mount point, which is media CGI, should the big map and the transport. So we changed that by simply entering.
So, we're talking about some of the previous successes that we had.
People in the middle of the ocean, floating around. No cell, no nothing. Rescued.
Video complete.
This message is for Apple Card. Isn't it time to really cash back on your everyday purchases? Apply for Apple Card in the Wallet app to see your credit limit offer, subject to credit approval.
Various processes and interactions to bring it
Terms.applecard.com.
Speaking of its orbit, it is one of the most reliable asteroids we know of that could impact us. Although, based on the most recent estimate, its location is 10-20 until 75. And even then, there's only a 1
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Time to earn daily cash back on everyday purchases.
It's why the best AI process video exciting. Of course, Android X powers everywhere.
Letting you take some of the immersive experiences with you on the ground, like at a coffee shop. Within all these devices, Gemini is delivered, giving you a simple conversational interface.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, it's all installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that you got here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one
location was 10-20.
And there's the computer there is the video graphics card. You can launch the manager and on the right drivers for the
and I try to answer as many questions as possible. You also give me some good ideas to material here is to subscribe. Because by subscribing, we grow and we come with videos that require audience and support us for all time and in any case, stay safe and
and here we have VirtualBox. But we're not quite finished yet. Remember, back in the mists of ancient.
It goes from 204
to be my own daily driver.
Is there a way to get over the
But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for the video.
We have aggressive dogs on the streets. Sick dogs that need to be put down.
Please
are struggling and
I hope to
suffering.
talk to you again very soon.
No care. What are we going to do to fix this problem? Can we hire a consultant so we can put this on the agenda for November?
The staff is doing that. I want to be careful about it. This is a tough job already. That's why I have the budget to really sit down this week and see what the priorities are. This is a council decision, so if you want to get to where you want to get, we can get there. But we want to use dogs or cats, and then compare these guys, the most impassioned people in terms of senior staff. So the issue is, if we want to address millions more, then we need to know that when we
when we sit down with the council at budget time. And
Okay, so how about not?
just let me finish, please. We can't generate millions more, so we have to take it from some other place. And so it's a prioritization. And that's what we need to have from council this coming months. If you want to invest millions, it'll take millions. $100 million with a building, plus more million for operating. If we want to do that, no problem. But we have to decide what we're not going to do.
It's going to cost $100 million because we overpaid for everything. How much does it cost to put a warehouse and some kennels? So we don't have to have this fancy building, fancy stuff. I mean, just, and you're saying months, so we're gonna have animals being killed till we get our crap together. It's BS. We need to fix the problem now. Find a consultant, put it on the November election. Let the people decide.
We can do that. I saw that too from you. That's no problem. We can put on the ballot if you want to increase your property tax rate, to build more kennels, hire more staff. Yes and no. That's the good policy and recommendation council. And you said it right, which is that it's unfortunate for the city. This area has been underinvested in for decades. It's another decades of neglect story. So we're trying to catch up best we can. We're spending millions right now based on the council's policy to improve the kennels. We have a consultant who's given us a report.
When's the last time you've done anything for the shelter? Besides the very last $4 million that we just got before that?
That's probably it. There's been some other things in my 7 years, but the kennels were built, but they weren't built even for adoption. They were built for this council, we recognize that we have the consultant give us a recommendation. But really, it's a policy money choice. So what do we not do anymore? Revenues are less than ever, so now the decision's just tight. Do we do libraries? Do we do parks? So we have to make those decisions collectively. The council will give you information, and that consultant's great, Jan, from Citygate, that gave us 169 ways to improve animal care. And that was a report that was sent out in December that showed how much of it is done and not done. With respect to the director, I would disagree that we've passed up viable candidates. We have had a consultant again, a headhunter, recruiter, who is leading the recommendation on do we pick this person or not for an interview. The pool has been limited. We don't recommend them. We're not going to hire somebody if they don't fit, if they're not the right hire. So we wish we could hire somebody, as do many other municipal animal care facilities. This is a tough position to fill. And we're still recruiting. We've put a new advertising next week position and working this week on finalizing the job spec. They have increased the level of compensation of the national and one of the highest paid directors in the city. Relocation was with a sign-on was even with that we can't get them in. We're trying like hell, and the new recruiter hopefully will bring us to a different level to help us. So we know that. So we need good leadership at the director level. Katie's been doing a decent job, and she knows that we're going to look for somebody that has more direct experience in the animal care world, and that's what we're working on now.
What's the process about this November ballot?
What we would do is work over the next several weeks with the council, with Jan, to identify how would we phase in how would we phase in less euthanasia, with some goal to get to some. It's not no kill. That's a kind of a misnomer. How would we?
I don't think it'll be a big problem. Then on my next agenda item, it says not to kill for space. So you only kill for $20 a year supposedly, so we could just pass that.
More kennels. I just spent time with city managers across the country, 30 of them. San Jose has like 600 kennels. San Jose, California, 600 kennels. We have what? So we have 100 kennels. That's just one city. We
give 1,000 people love their animals here in Corpus Christi.
No, the point is we need more kennels. Is the point. So we need more kennels. Nobody's denying that. But then that comes, you need more staff to manage the kennels, and you got to clean them and take care of the animals. So that's why we have to show you this. We're not even close to getting ready to show you anything here, but we got the message. And if the council, we need direction for the full majority of the council. If you want us to get information right from this council, to show you what it would take to get the Councilman Cantu's policy desire, we can do that. Nobody over here is really trying to do that. We just need to make sure the council wants us to do that. And then with Jan, we'll show you with Citygate, we'll show you how we can freeze it over time, what would be financial commitment for the bond program, and the next budget, the 2027 budget, and we can get there. Councilman, so, we have goals to help us apply for you. I just don't understand why we haven't had what we've done is we had animal care. It wasn't even called animal care. It was in the police department, Chief Barker. So we moved it out of there, step one, several years ago. That's plan number one. Plan number two is we added $3 million. The budget used to be $2 million, now it's $5 million. So we've doubled staff. We've tried to bring in more professionals. We're improving the case. It's incremental. And what the council has to understand in the community is that when you have decades of bad decisions, you don't turn this around in a year or 2 years. It takes a lot of time. Because we're talking about 29 months of business. We can be here for the same issue for library, for parks, for police, for fire. And so it seemed easy, sidewalks, to say, let's fix this right now. But we get 29 other things that demand money and time. So we'll pay the council. So what I need is direction from the council. If the council says, Peter, yes, the 3 signature memos, warrants 5 issues, please do that. And we want the consultant we want to invest in the consultant to help us develop a plan so we can consider it for the budget and for the election in November. You told me to do that, we'll do it.
I felt sick. I put on the spot. Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry, there is definitely something wrong with my production here, so I hope IT fixes it. I've been dealing with this all day. I'm at the last list. First off, you may like Mr. Sam, you know like him, you may like these ladies or not, but we can all be respectful. We just don't need to laugh and talk about it's just wrong. I'm not going to keep you anything. I want y'all to know there. Is there a complaint? Yes, there is. Dr. John Fry. And I think part of the problem is we don't know give us a verbal report on things. I would love to see Mr. Sam investigate a report, come back with a report maybe quarterly, so the public knows what is going on. There was some numbers, how many animals were medical, and I'd be curious to know what the medical reasons are, because I'm sure you keep those. People spread rumors, and there are some truth to rumors, and then some of them are just flat out lies. You know, people get into that and they believe things that aren't true. They come up here and say things that aren't true. Some are true, some aren't. So I would just like for us to do maybe a quarterly report, because we've been wondering what's going on. And I met one of your candidates, and thank God you didn't hire. So you didn't have the greatest candidates. I only met one, and I thought, no way. So, and there are probably some problems that are coming to Corpus Christi too. We can blame this city for all of our animal problems, but it is the residences. They're the ones that have the animals. There's a cultural problem here, and that needs to be addressed. We probably need to look at legislative this year for punishment, kind of like Florida did, because they get away with everything, and it's wrong, they're mean, and nobody does anything. I think the laws are part of the problem. And I would, if the city of Corpus Christi really wants to change what's going on, put a kennel on the bond. See if they'll pass it. If they care enough about the animals, they'll pass it, because we only have 100 kennels. And you're going to build more. The city only has so much money. And this council, and the previous council, has put more money into animal control than ever before. So it's not that we're not doing anything. It's not true. It's frustrating. I know you all love the dogs. I am too. And we have to change it. But I would like to see some documentation on the medical. Maybe if you can, if you have to read it cited, I think everybody up here would want to hear an update.
We can do that with the 27th. I go to board meetings, animal care advisory board meetings, and the last one I went to in December, as they do every month, the staff presents the board statistics, the same ones you're asking for, If you want to hear them, we can bring them in
I think it's important, and that way, if people hear them regularly, like every quarter, it only takes 30 minutes. I think that way your mind's not wandering, you're not doing things.
Right, so we do that on the 27th, then the 7th, the statistics.
There's no sense in accusing, I know y'all are looking at their faces or face the audience. We don't know what's right and what's not, but let's just try and be a little more simple.
There are some things here that are not clear. We had a 24% increase in funding budgeted from 2025 to 2026. Okay, so we're from $5,6,200,000, right? That's good. I'm looking at the budget right here.
And maybe do Councilman, my statement was from years ago.
Yes, sir. Estimate-based budget. That was for capital improvements, yes.
No, I'm talking about, this is from
our operational budget. Animal care, so many. It went from budgeted, adopted budget from 2024-2025, $5,972,000, and then budget 2025-2026 was $6,214,439.
$150 for spay neuter.
Okay, I'm just talking about how much money allotted to animal control. I'm looking at our budget. Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that your department has gotten the biggest increase of any department in the city.
To the best of both worlds.
Am I wrong there?
Exactly. Do you know they got an increase when we had to reduce?
No, we added over the last 2 years. We've added four personnel. We added people to your organization, some leadership, technicians. I mean, we're investing.
Yeah,
right. We're investing. You had recommendations from the consultant, 169 of them, I believe.
That's correct. Yeah. We sent them, we can try to, if you'll have me here today, you have it?
We were estimated to complete 65 for the first year, and we actually completed 92. So we are ahead of schedule, because we are working so closely with the
Okay, so, I mean, this is some good, information come back to us on, probably better to put it in the public.
Yeah, we're gonna do that on the
right? I want to say that we're investing. We're investing in care and control, however you want to use it. Care and control. So it's not, we expect some results with that investment. It's only I gather that. But there's going to be some expectations. Because there's an investment. We had a long discussion about it during the budget process. So I want to make sure you understand that there's expectations on you now. Because we are investing. I would also since you were cannabis, there's other organizations out there that we can go and ask grants for. Let's maximize whatever we can get for these facilities, not just look at bond and taxpayer dollars, because there's a lot of other important things that we're doing, and I get this is an issue for us, but I get a little more. This is a public safety thing, right? So, I mean, you got to look at it from both sides. You got to look at it from the obviously the animal aspect of it, and making sure we're humane in the way we're treating them. But we also, I don't want to be in the news like San Antonio was, and having dogs killed somebody's grandpa. So, I mean, you guys got to make sure you're doing this right. And, I can't say it enough. It's not for lack of our investment. Okay? All right.
Councilman, to that point, just one of the things recently with the city managers, we're trying to set up here as a foundation. So we have friends of the library, the police, athletic association, where people like this second row here who are so passionate about it can help leverage money with this foundation for animal care. So we're going to do that where we can get private donations, whether it's $5 or $5,000 or $5 million. We don't have it, so we're going to set it up. I just want to share that comment with you. That's timing.
That's good.
At the time, we didn't know how to say. It was pretty close to 350, Councilman. Yeah. Yeah. It's just an example, Councilman. They have 600 cows and we have 100, you know. Okay.
Councilman Wallace. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just like you just said about the 169 recommendations that y'all have received, it really is news to hear that we have already accomplished 92. At one time, we had code compliance or code enforcement send us monthly reports. I mean, it was really nice to hear, how many calls we received in a month, we would break it down by district and those kinds of things. I would like to see still some of those things, 169, like you said, and we've accomplished 92, that's great. But again, I was just walking my dog yesterday, right? And I ran across Sean Flanagan, who used to come here pretty regularly to comment. He was just bit, by a dog. I mean, and here we are where, he's a dog lover. He's walking his own dog. And so I can see how, we need to find balance, right? I can commiserate with, say Councilman Cantu, and we want a no-kill shelter, but I also feel that it's a comprehensive approach, and I do feel that we are investing in animal care services, and the only thing that I can see right now is that we've been without, you've given your notice, how long ago, Pete? I mean, it's above and beyond. I mean, I think it was supposed to be like September or something.
Right, but I'm still here and going strong, and everyone at ACS is determined and dedicated, and so that's why I'm still here until we find someone that is equally as dedicated as everyone else there.
And it was a nice surprise to hear that Councilman Vaughn did actually get to meet one of the applicants, because that's one of the things that I would like to see is, how many applicants have applied, because I haven't heard anything. It's been since anyone has called me or said, but I know you keep saying that it's a hard, difficult position to fill, but again, can you remind the community what the qualifications are and what the base pay is now?
Tony can get the detail, but Councilman, as I said earlier, I have pushed the level of compensation for this position to a level that even the recruiter didn't want to do. I told him to do it anyway. So one of the highest paid directors, we're going to do basically a company vehicle or a transportation allowance, a clothing allowance, a cell phone allowance, a relocation package bigger than any other director we've done, and a sign-on bonus. That's public information.
Okay, and what is the base?
$200,000. Maximum like $200,000. 200,000 is a maximum, so about 170 to 200,000.
Okay, 200,000. Okay, and you're looking for someone that has what kind of degree?
So just like where it's a bachelor's degree in animal welfare, has experience with field operations, shelter, clinic, all the operations of animal care, right? They continue to be progressive experience. Also, it's preferable that it's a city of close to this size or larger. Also, too, it's known on the application that they will be working with Syndicate to implement the 5 to 10 So I personally for them to have experience with implementation and process improvement.
Okay, so just to go back, our city is looking for someone that has a 10-year experience in animal care services.
Progressive, I do. Progressive. Progressive experience.
And a bachelor's degree. Okay, so those are the same qualifications that you had for our previous directors, or all departments, because that's to come back to you, Peter, when you hired some of our directors that you didn't comply with those requirements, so that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what we're trying to say.
No, it's okay, it's the truth.
Let me finish. Number one, it's not every department director has that level of qualification. Number two, we really need the HR director at the podium, but number two, you can substitute years of service, you can substitute education, you can have like work experience.
Okay. So
I'm speaking about this particular job.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm just trying to get clarification so that people that are listening, because I hear that we have thousands of people listening, right?
Yeah, Lady Council, let me add that. So those are the basic qualifications, but we're not robots. So I'm telling you, we're not. So we can make adjustments. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that again. I'm saying that I'm not saying that to disparage you. I'm saying that for us, that we set minimum qualifications, but we also have reason and we can justify sometimes somebody that may not fit exactly that because they fit in other ways. So we're doing that. We've done that with every applicant that's applied for animal care. I'm not saying, okay, you have 9.6 years, so no, you're out.
Okay, but bottom line is, Peter, is at the end of the day, you are the one that hires. I mean, it goes through HR, yes, but you are responsible for hiring employees. We are not. That's totally okay. So I just, so you made those decisions based on what you just said. That is not always just based on the paper and how to have, 4 years, 10 years, all that. So I am just trying to make sure that we have that information out, that, we have so many advocates here that could surely help get someone qualified here. I mean, I know the job, and I know because we're always talking about finding homes for other students, and, so I would love to see that you could get input from the animal community, because they may have some recommendations. So anyway, that's just a suggestion that I have, and the others, just please, if you can, provide us with maybe monthly reports on a regular basis. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I think I got terrible bone disease, so I got my lights on, nobody calls on me, and there's Eric and I over here, and I can't talk to him because now it's lit up. So, quick, thank you for what you do. My situation, the city gave me some big deal. I think we're going to I think it's something of a success story. I went back and looked at it. I'm sorry I missed that November memo on fairness, so I apologize for that. I didn't do it in part as a cool deal. I will tell you that the other thing that I thought was interesting is I didn't realize that a vet has to sign off on the to euthanize an animal. It's not whether I trust you or not, and I do. There's a third party, and it's a professional with a license who's made an oath, right? Is signing off on that document, so that the real issue would be if we think that we're falsifying documents to euthanize animals for space that aren't for space, it's really an accusation to our vet. That's my take, and I don't think you are, by the way. My sense is that you're not euthanizing for space, and I understand what goes on if we make that decision. Peter, I'll tell you that. So we go to this fire block deal last night. I'm listening to these people
who are desperate for help because vagrants are, taking over neighborhoods, it's cold, and they're starting, fires in abandoned houses, and I'm sitting there thinking the whole time how we eliminated, you didn't, we did, eliminated the demolition fine from code enforcement. 600, I thought it was 600.
Yeah, right, the vacant building registration also was
right. And I remember how it went down, and I own some responsibility against that, but I was just thinking, I think those folks, if we just had that fund, because it's all about, hey, we're going to get private companies to volunteer, and they can cheaper, better, faster, friendlier, but the real issue was, we have an area of town, right, that has this issue, so, city gate, and so I was really sensitive to this because he was my shadow. So I'm not sensitive to that. So I would be they did a pretty comprehensive report, so my question is where we're at. Let's celebrate if we really are successful. What do we do next? But I also want to keep in mind that there are other needs. There are some people out there that desperately need some financial help that we can't provide because of budget eliminations. And that's not you, that's us. I just wanted to articulate that in the group that if you'd have been at the flower meeting last night, you'd have gone, oh man, we had a fund that we eliminated that could have prevented that fire. Because that was one of the things is demolishing abandoned houses so they don't become opportunities for vagrants.
And the registration of them. Right. I mean, the chief, he's not there, but fires of the last quarter have been vacant buildings. I asked him to actually send me reports from the fire. And I'm asking, is it a vacant home or an active home? And most of them are vacant. And so we're spending tons of dollars on our fire department to respond to vacant homes that we don't know vacant.
Incidentally, if you don't know the neighbor, rental or number on 2 other houses are starting to burn also to save their lives. Like they claim they're saved.
That's why we recommended that.
So we have a lot of needs. That's all. A lot of needs that minimize a lot of support. I also said they look at the plan just.
Yeah, thank you. Well, so we did send, it was a really long report in December, and that's our email box. We're going to put this on we'll put that same report and presentation file on the meeting in January 27th. And we do need to continue with Citygate. We've been doing this for over 2 years. And so they know what we're doing. Jan Glickman, one of the agents from Citygate that's with us, is like staff augmentation. They're helping us on the implementation. And they're the ones that if the council wants us to, will help us develop a program to invest more money.
And I appreciate our shelters and taking those changes and I don't mind planning on something I'm sure better than what they call Lincoln. It's not me, that's the company's contribution. So I appreciate all that you all do. I thank you. I appreciate what you do, and Sonia, I appreciate your leadership. And I say let's just follow the lead of Citygate and move as fast as we can and can afford.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make one small correction. So it wasn't 92 at the time. We've completed 96.
Thank you for that.
A couple of those just right now.
Yes.
The council.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I want to thank the second row, ladies, Veronica, and so many of you, name by name, because I know what you do. I get a lot of calls. We all do. And that, though, don't be sorry for that, Veronica, because I think, and maybe it is understanding, I appreciate you, Councilman, continue bringing this forward, because at the end of the day, it's about hearing about the animals, and we all do. We all know that. How many animals are we seeing on the phone? I was on text earlier about a stray dog. You know about it. So, but it shouldn't work that way. And as the city manager said, it's a very long journey, and you all who are in the trenches, it's hard. I get to have that patience. We're up here going, I was at this meeting in Florida last night, a woman in tears because it could have been her home. It was right across the street, right in the center. And fire was set because of the homeless. It was terrible. last night, what we heard. I texted you about it.
Oh, she told me about it last night.
The chief texted, I texted him and he said something. But my point is that demolition fund matters. It all matters. But we need responsible, just responsible to say, we're not going to say every single animal. You have to make rescues, foster. We have to strengthen that. That doesn't take a consultant. That doesn't take a $200,000 director to me. And that's what I want to hear from y'all. I want to know, what are we doing there? You know, who's creating or improving, let's like low-hanging fruit. Forget 1,000 kilos, millions of dollars, air conditioning, because we care about our animals. It all matters. But how about just start with low-hanging fruit? To me, foster and rescue is where we have to start. Every time I get a phone call and we have somewhere, if it's not CCAC, and we have a strong, I don't know what that looks like, but that's going to help, and there's some things that we can do. The other thing I'd like to see, and I really don't know much about it, but I know I hear a lot of things about it, and I don't think it takes all of this work, and that is rescue. It's too complicated, ridiculous, it's just something that people like forget it. And some people, I think, we're talking either the state or rescues that help us or not. And so I don't want y'all to address all of that right now. I'm just stating, I get where this is all coming from. I've been an advocate. I was the advocate to start spay and neuter. That never happened in the city until I said, we have to allocate $500,000 to Lake Smith. I said, I'll take the 250. That's and we have had spay and neuter at $250,000 for multiple years. That's one other thing that you all know. That is major. So we really need this council at all those things that they are saying, right? City gate, all these things are important, and we get, what is the priority? Is it moving the kennels? Is it air conditioning them? Is it, putting another $250 into spay and neuter? Is that going to make the difference? Is it investing in the rescue program and the foster program? We don't know, because it just comes to us from all sides. And then you hear the bad stories, So anyway, I appreciate the work you all do. I appreciate it. And I know I get a little sassy sometimes. But what about this? And can't you go in the back? There's a church. Just go back there and check on the dog. And so thank you for working with all of us, because I think you get calls from everybody. But we are, as Councilman Hernandez mentioned, we are existing. Do we need more? Yes. But here's my word to you, my advice to you. When that budget comes around, that's what we need to hear from you. To say, we can't do it all, which can be the one thing to say, don't spend, that's what we want, an extra $250,000. Whatever that may be. Anyhow, thank you. I appreciate y'all. And ladies, I appreciate all of you and everything. And gentlemen, sorry, there's... Okay, we've got Councilman Paxton, Councilman Barrera, and then we'll read on our public comment. Councilwoman.
I think it's very, this is a topic that is high emotion for a lot of us. Most of us, we care about our animal members of the community so much, and I think a lot of us probably have some at home, and so it touches our hearts dearly, and so it's completely understandable, when we get those text messages that are just really difficult to read. And the challenge is when we come in this setting and the information that we receive is there's a consultant and we're following A, B, C, and D, and we're not doing all the things that it looks like are happening. And then you leave this room and then the texts and everything come in and say none of that's happening because nothing's changing. Everything is still not working perfectly. And it's our jobs collectively to bridge those gaps. To bridge the gaps operationally, to make sure that we are offering a good service, and to bridge the gap presentation through communication. I think it was in March that we had the Wesley Gate presentation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, a couple of things that we talked about was we were to take all 169 recommendations from this consultant, this professional, and categorize those down. We need to improve our services, how we care for the animals, improve our connection to the public, how we answer those phones, what's our statistics on being successful on the calls for strays, and how accessible to public messaging. And we also talked about improving the site and our staffing, increasing our staffing. So we take this big chunk of 169 items and we present it in a way that we can say tangibly, people are saying that they're not getting these calls through. How many of the calls that come through are we actually successful on? Those are the kinds of very easy answers that help. So when I look at the report that we got December 12th, there's about 4 pages, maybe 3 and 3/4 of what they're titled as completed recommendations. And then at the bottom of the page there's some asterisk footnotes. I'm not sure from reading the document if everything in the table that's listed as completed is completed with just the items under asterisks. So for instance, if you look at SOP 61, SOP 85, those 2 items, 61 says do not use length of stay as a reason for EDI, while the owners as long as space allows and remove all 14-day references from SOP. This reads that that's a completed recommendation. So we no longer are doing that old process. Right? Okay, thank you. Going down to 85. Build strong partnerships with rescues and ensure that placement organizations operate in a humane manner. Review and update rescue partner SOP MOU's application process and transfer agreement to eliminate various attempts. Another caveat to that would be at the bottom you have your kind of like online presence recommendations. Do we have a list on our website of all those shelters, all of our organizations, of all the resources that the community can see that we go out? If those are to be completed, then they're all kind of connected, right? And then
Yes, we do have resources available either by the officers in the field on the website and as well as in the office when you come in. We have been working with City Gate. We've done the rescue application, we've done the rescue agreement, and we have also implemented a process of driving animals up to 3 hours because most of our rescue crews, except in the Gulf Coast, are out of the state, and so we will drive up to 3 hours and make the transfers. So the items that we've indicated as complete, we have
and the volunteer section where it's talking about increasing this access to volunteer, have we increased the number of volunteers?
So with the budget amendment, we were able to create and hold a position for a volunteer coordinator who has been hired. She does have the job of building that volunteer program from the ground up. We are currently working with the communication department to promote and increase the number of volunteers that we have engaging. But yes, we do see an increase in volunteers, but as with all things, it does take time to build and make a substantive program.
is there a list of recommendations on how to utilize volunteers strategically in the department from CCPD, or is she having to build all that?
So there's a lot of resources available for volunteers, some from CityGate, some from volunteer management associations, other shelters. We have Center of San Antonio, we have just profits, and we've also put her in touch with the management, volunteer management peer and consultant peer group that you can be a member of, a professional organization. And then as far as with CityGate, we do need to discuss our volunteer program at least once a week as one of the topics that we go over, and their update on where we are with the volunteer program, what's happening, and what your current objectives are.
Okay, and part of that we talked about potentially having someone really take ownership of the adoption branch, if you will, of our social media marketing. Let's really embrace these pets. Like, come get these pets adopted. These are resources. Are we doing all of that type of thing?
So we are still looking for a community outreach manager, but we are partnering closely with Collins, and in CityGate we have created a study for social media posts, and are also working on making sure that our good news stories are getting out for the animals that do have placement. We have adoption events. We are signing up for the larger community activities that occur, like we're going to the bombardment in the fall, things like that, to try to move out the adoption program. And so we have seen an increase in animals adopted. We had 1,200 animals adopted in 2025, so that is an increase from what we had before. So the pieces are coming together.
Thank you for that. One of the things that was important to me was we hear a lot is I call and I either don't get a call back or nobody is dispatched, and basically the constituent recognizes distress or recognizes an issue, and there's a breakdown between them reaching our resources. I'm not saying that 100% of the time it ends up like that. Like, I maybe not get the text, but I call them back an hour later. But that's the experience for a lot of people. And something we talked about at the last presentation was dedicating someone to picking up the phone and making those calls back. So I'm curious to see if we've been doing that and what our metrics are dispatching to those calls and how many calls we're missing. And then my last question, I'll let you answer because my time's up. I had a constituent reach out with an idea in Austin. They actually utilize their university veterans programs to partner with their ACS and offer free spaying, neutering, microchipping, those types of things to city residents. Do we do something like that? So those two thoughts. Thank you.
The other
So some of those we will have to compile information on calls, as far as the calls we receive, the types of things, as far as when you're entered. That does come through the IT and communication department. We do respond to calls. We hire the dispatcher so that we can receive and dispatch calls more effectively, and we're in the process of hiring 2 more individuals to work at the front desk and take incoming calls. Additionally, we will also go through 311. So the pieces are being put into place, the staff is being retained and trained and hired. So as we get those positions filled and the people are here, the training is completed, we'll definitely see more improvement. We're already seeing improvement.
Peter, I'm sorry, I'm going to still inside you. I think that's a pivotal component. So whatever we can do to strengthen that is our direct contact with the community. So if we are still lacking there, they're trying to fill it in, they're trying to get the budget, but there's a deficiency. We have got to find a creative way to surround that, because that's that actual connection to the community. That's a really key thing to focus on.
Yeah, we agree. I don't know if there's more phasing in the CityGate plan, but there's more steps, there's more to be added based on the CityGate recommendations. I suspect some of that is that, right? It's in the plan, it's just a matter now of funding, and we can't do everything in day one, right? So it's phasing. January 27th, will be a presentation.
You'll find correlating events on other servers to give you a bigger picture of.
On the other line, we're going to do a motion, try to get a vote for something, so you guys could talk. So just stay tight. The public comments only for 16 people, so we should be out of here pretty quick to the next item.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Barretta.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be brief. First off, you guys are playing whack-a-mole. You got limited resources, and you're doing an amazing job. And I know occasionally you and Sony have faced public scrutiny over the diagram, whatever. And a lot of times I tell Peter, just hire people based on work ethic.
I don't have
and you do the character of you two, and you put a team together. And the thing is that you, with what little you have, you've been able to really crusader work. And I know the problem is really the council problem, is because we haven't found the resources. And I want to commend you, Peter, because, once again, you had city manager that was on the radar, obviously, Chief Marshall handled it the best we could with the resources that he had available, but it took a city manager with vision to say, hey, we're going to look at this and we're going to invest in a consultant to tell us professionally what we're doing wrong and to weed through all the lack of information, the fact that it's, and you committed to doing that, and I think our budget committed to doing that, and I just want to thank you for all the work you've been doing. And I just want to tell my colleagues, it's hard to hire people when they see all the public scrutiny and the public criticism that individuals, if they're watching on YouTube, then they may be discouraged from no matter what the benefits may be or the salary may be. They may be discouraged from coming to work here, and because of they know the limited resources. Everybody has their secrets. I appreciate all you're doing, and Sony, appreciate all that you devoted to this department in addition to other abilities. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman.
I'm going to keep this really brief. I know everybody's hung in there. All I can tell you is that you've seen me around the animal shelter. The last one that I adopted is Billy, and she's doing well. And Boomer, and Strutter, and I could go on and on. This is a public service announcement. If you can, you have the ability to adopt. I mean, our dogs, I can't believe the joy that our dogs bring to us is just, you can't measure. So, thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to go straight into public comment.
Because actually, council should be thanking you.
I'm going to start with one person.
Yes, sir. Whether it's on Canvas, on my beat time.
Yeah, you just direct a pretty good resume for the guys now working for the top law enforcement agency in our country. You've seen all the stats.
Monument Garza, District 1. I am speaking today not on behalf of the library board or as being the current chair. I'm speaking just because I'm a District 1 resident who loves our libraries, who's been attending meetings for a while. And you guys entrust me to let you guys know when there's problems. I'm trying to stop the bleeding. We're bleeding, and I want to try to save us. And I'm just noticing that we're having, I'm just going to say, difference of opinion between the board and the supporting city staff. Okay, so we talked about 2 libraries that are still on the cutting board, Hart and Garcia, right? So the things that happen at other bodies of government, like CCISD, closing the 7 schools, that impacts Garcia, right? Because we're making negotiations with them before the school closings. Now the schools are closed, they're in deep hot water. I'm not saying that them selling us the property that the Garcia Library is going to save us or save them, but we will save a beloved library that Girl Scouts go to. You know, I had to tell that Girl Scout group that that library is going to close, that it is slate to close. You know, and I know that we've got money allocated for the design, and maybe in the bond we'll have for the construction, but when are we going to do that district art library? 2 years, we have a library already there, right? And those are the art libraries that we have been discussing about a petition. We also are having a volley shooting court proceeding that's occurring, and the solution that the city staff has gone with is that they wanted to use petitions, and we're spending, again, money on a consultant after we told them, no, do not do that, $15,000. We don't got that money to just be flying around, and the board has said, you know, can we look at other options? Let's talk about this hard, you know, this contract doesn't look good. We have a lawyer on the board who's like, well, this legal document, this contract's got a lot of holes. If I was in court with this, I'd be having a field day with this. The staff is not listening to us, and they're putting you guys in a really, really hairy position. Because it's going to be the timing on this. It's all about timing. But they're going is going to have to make a move. And that partition is not going to save kids. It's not a broad partition. And when you get that partition, we're going to have to make a move outside of that library. We're not getting cooperation from the city staff. The city staff are trying to get down the bleeding. Help me stop the bleeding. Easy ones, this is low-hanging fruit that we can solve and save our lives.
Thank you, Mr.
For the record, so we're not closing any libraries, just so that we just can make sure because no libraries are closing. When we do transition the Garcia Library, it will be to a brand new library. Okay, so it's going to, once we design and build the brand new library, we'll move the library to the location. The Hart Library is not closing. It's been a partnership since it's been built. And so space today, as it has been for decades, is used by the school, and then space is used by the city. And it's partition without a partition. So it meets state compliance working with the district or the school district. If we put up a wall in the space that would separate the two, they're already separated today, they've been this way for years. It will solve the problem. We've changed our position quite a bit with the Hart Library, where we were going to exit out of there and try to get bought out. We're not doing what we're saying. And so the district agreed with not going to close them. We're just making some adjustments so we meet state compliance with the district.
So we are not closing any libraries. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Guadalupe Angelo Basilaris.
And communities now compared to the past 4 years. But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets
Video complete.
And that's because of the work of this administration of President Trump.
Mayor was also going to speak for the specific item. It's coming up after public comment, so I don't know if it's for general public comment, but I have specific comments to an item. Is now the appropriate time to talk, or?
Well, actually, item 25 is going to be pulled for January 27th.
Okay, well, then I'm going to make a public comment.
You can make a public comment.
Is that allowed?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeff Lerman. I'm an attorney at Anderson and I come with all communities and one of the sort of communities on the agenda. I'm here today to ask the council why political counsel. Let's remember how this all started, and this is undisputed in my opinion. A known hotelier and competitor of Elevate, G. David, made an allegation to city management that a PowerPoint presentation was altered. And in an attempt to make, the alteration was in an attempt to make a date for a FEMA floodplain masked. The allegation was that this was a crime, and it had been committed on as part of a presentation, and that the city should not vote to approve funding as it relates to that. I was ultimately voted to approve the project because it was a good call, and because it was deserving of type E funding. What we also know is that Mr. David filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Ramirez and a civil lawsuit against the city of Corpus Christi. February 2026, Ramirez has been completely cleared of any criminal activity. It's not my opinion. It's the opinion of the FBI, the Texas Rangers, the City of Corpus Police Department,
Team coverage continues with my colleague
and the District Attorney. So the narrative surrounding the issue that has occupied so much of this council's time was thoroughly investigated, and there was determination on record of no criminal activity. So the catalyst for all this controversy is found to be false. There were no crimes. The people whose job was to investigate this all came to the same conclusion. That's a significant development. So what's left? What's left is a civil lawsuit on my competitor against you, Corpus Christi. That case is ongoing, and there should be significant moves in due time, in the very future. Further, the city hired, in my opinion, outstanding counsel to represent the city in that lawsuit. And they did it. And the city of Corpus Christi in that lawsuit has not changed their position, which is that that ordinance that is the subject of item 22 was passed lawfully. So it's the opinion of the own city's legal department, it's the opinion of the outside counsel, according to pleadings, but the ordinance was passed lawfully. And then you have the criminal investigation, that's the basis, has been confirmed. So I asked the council, if I can just be spared a few extra seconds, why are they doing this, and why is this something that's continuing to occupy the time? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whitney Chapman.
Location 110-20.
You then have to go to something that actually translates.
I'm Whitney Chapman in Corpus Christi. I'm speaking on behalf of Animal Care Services, and I think the biggest issue is community buy-in. We need to educate the populace here in Corpus Christi on being stewards of animals and advocating for our animals. It's been done in other areas within the state. I know that San Antonio has San Antonio Animals Alive. I'm sure that some of you guys are aware of that. I think that we can do a lot with our local school districts in the area within CCPD for education. Not only does it start at home, it also starts in schools. So maybe we can do some type of outreach. There are things and resources that we can do within a limited budget, and we can go outside of the budget. Adoption events, art walks really big the first Friday of every month. So those are just some things that maybe we can think about. I know it's not just a city council issue. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Susie Saldana.
I always want to show you lots of art at the same time. Back to our just quick description.
Susan Saldana. And I want to make sure that I get this right. I want to show you that I have the police report that was given about the hotels. And I know you're not taking up the issue, but I think you need to know some things. I want to begin by grounding the conversation of facts, because facts matter. And you need to know what the facts are. There has been a persistent claim that the ordinance before the council didn't have the proper two readings that it should then have. And let me tell you that I went over this criminal report, I went over the testimony, and on page 149 of the incident investigative report, questions was directly whether the ordinance itself changed. The answer is clear. Actions changed the ordinance. Here's the report discussing screenshots, presentation material, it addresses concerns about how the information is framed, but it doesn't say that the text of the ordinance was changed. So the ordinance was the same. Which brings me to why I'm here. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, how long are we going to keep re-legislating, and at what cost?
At the time, I didn't know.
Every dollar we spend paying attorneys to revisit an issue where the record is already clear, it's a dollar we're not spending on residents. It's a dollar we're not spending towards flowing water that we need. Let me tell you, water is not an option. Water is life. And here the people in this community are choosing between paying their water bills, buying groceries, in action of just a portion of the money we spend on attorneys, we spend on them. Imagine that. Instead of taking that money's gone. To attorneys paid for arguments that lead nowhere. Paid while real needs go unmet. I'm asking you as our elected officials to change your priorities, to remember who you work for, to remember that these are taxpayer dollars earned by people who expect them to be used to improve their lives, not to prolong discussions, not to prolong some things that are already passed. The facts is on the records. The ordinance that you guys are talking about that you pulled are the same. It's time to wake up, and it's time to think about people. We are the people, and we're asking you to put it behind you. It's time to worry about water. It's time to worry about us, the taxpayers. Take a look at the report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Blanner. Robert Cox, Melanie Sanchez, Trion True, Elizabeth Pena, and Melissa Nusepik.
We need to launch the driver manager.
Robert Cox, District 3. I've got that same report. I guess we're looking at two different reports because this should say it all. This is Heather Holber, who was the Assistant City Manager. This is her under deposition, so this is sworn deposition.
Yes. Okay, the second time the headline, I think they were being 4 different times, is worded differently. Yes, that is right. The first time it...
So she's literally saying it's worded differently. If you look at the term, the first time it's talking about the flood zone. The second time it's talking about parks, beautiful things, but the video isn't still there. Culberson says in his sworn testimony it was a bad deal. He got behind it because it was political. You can go look at all of these on YouTube. Philip Ramirez, his attorney, was here. Philip Ramirez has made a pretty good living off this city. Let's see how his friendships pay off. Philip Ramirez's jobs, the police academy, police station, Sherrill Park, Watana Library, 2 wastewaters. He said, no, it was only about $2 million. Wow, only about $2 million. Tell that to citizens here trying to pay their water bills. And I want to say I'm not getting paid by anybody. And for those of you who are saying that we should not be bringing this up because this money could be going to other things, hey, well, let's not prosecute that money could go somewhere else. So I'm really getting angry about this right now. Philip Ramirez, well, he was also going to be part of that desal plant with Kiewit. He's done pretty good. We asked if he's friends with the mayor. He said, no, we're not friends. Doug Allison asked him, go to UT games? No, I just run into her at UT games. How many of you been to a UT game? Because the Chiefs are running into somebody there? That's, if you believe that, you're the same people standing outside waiting for the Bass Pro Shop to open. And they said, do you go drinking at the country club? Y'all may not think because we're not members of the country club that we don't hear things, but you know what? Our kids are waiters there. Yeah, people that you don't think would hang out with never listen to things. So when you think about this, bills are getting run up. There's a donation. They said, did you donate to Paula, to the mayor's? $1,500. almost 2,000. That's what some people make a month, 1,500, 2,000. They said the council vote that it's already been investigated, it's over. Well, you know what, that investigation, that's like asking a fox to investigate who's watching the hen house. So as long as we have Pancho Villa and Don Quinota running this, we're not going to get anywhere.
No need, Sanchez.
Sanchez, Christi, real quick, I shouldn't have brought in that last item. I'm sorry, but you guys have a really tough job, and I appreciate it. As you know, Hart Library is a building owned by the city of Corpus Christi, and that building exists on land owned by the ISD. This came to be in the contract signed by the city and FBISD in the 90s. It resulted in a beautiful union of 30 years between public and art-loved students and staff. It's clear to me when I see Hart how well it has been loved. But 30 years have passed, and the climate around school safety is very different now. The Uvalde trial that we are currently hosting highlights that. The question lately has been, will the union between city and FBISD continue? So, how, if not, how will they separate? I don't have the answers, and neither do you, which is why we have the library board. That brings me to the two most recent library board meetings. On December 2nd, the board asked city and library staff for an update regarding Hart. The response was to put temporary petitions inside Hart while the city and FBISD work things out. The petitions will be meant to keep the public and FB students and staff separate for safety reasons. I don't know about you, but if you know what happens, I don't trust petitions to keep anyone safe. As a school worker, it doesn't make me feel good at all. All 7 library board members agree with that sentiment. They killed the idea of partitions right then and there. They said no. Then on January 6th, they asked for another update. City staff let them know that the city was moving forward with a study on partitions. It was going to cost $15,000 for the study alone, which would be taken from the already tight library budget. Again, all 7 library board members were appalled. I was asked, who made that decision against the library board and why? Here's one thing I know for sure. Partitions are a Band-Aid, and you can't put a Band-Aid on this problem. You can't leave it on the document and hope that nothing bad happens. It's time to seriously look at the Hart situation and, out in the open, determine whether you're staying, keeping it for the city, or selling it to FBISD. Thank you.
Now, when you've done that, there's two requirements for Windows 11, but we can fix this by going backwards.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked.
They suck big too.
Yeah.
And
Mayor and council, I'm true and supreme 14310 Private Way. I have questions about the water supplies. In the Mary Road pipeline, there was a provision between the 7 and 9. Why was that? Why isn't that being pursued? To have secure water supplies. The right of way is already purchased. The power to the pump stations is already there. Yes, you need additional pump stations and additional water line. But if you had an additional 5-foot water line, I think the city would largely solve our water issues. And if one broke down, the other one will still pump. But then that leads me to my next question. Groundwater. The abandoned line groundwater. For all that new equipment and pumping and gather the water and connect it to the Mary Roads pipeline. Or if the Mary Roads pipeline is running forward and delivering our water, we're still not getting any more water to the treatment plant. So that makes no sense. I'd like somebody to explain that to me. To a bunch of us. And then the last thing, if and when we ever do desalination, I would like all of you to commit that the brine would be pumped out to the deep ocean, not into the bay, not to the continental shelf, over the continental shelf, to the deep ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saru. And Peter, can somebody be in contact with Mr. Saru?
See if Seth's there. If not, we have his contact. We'll give him a call.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Saru. They'll catch you out here so they can answer your questions. Elizabeth Benyon?
Honorable Council members, my name is Elizabeth Martin Pena, a proud native of Corpus, and I 6329 Whitaker Drive. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to start by sharing something personal. I rescued 8 dogs on my street alone and have been spaying and neutering cats in my neighborhood for over 12 years. I do this because I care deeply about our community and the animals that live in it. But I can't do it alone, and neither can the many compassionate residents who are trying to help. First, enforcement matters. Animal cruelty and abandonment are not just animal issues, they are community issues. Research shows that individuals who abuse animals are 5 times more likely to commit violent crimes against people. Stronger penalties for abuse and abandonment protect animals and our neighborhoods. Second, our city is struggling with stray problems. In January of last year alone, 271 stray dogs and cats were taken in by animal care services, yet 50 were euthanized simply because of space and medical limitations. Our live release rate dropped to 78%, the lowest in years. This is heartbreaking and unsustainable. We need more resources and staff to enforce laws and manage intake humanely. Third, no-kill shelters work. Cities of Austin maintain a 95% live release rate, proving that with community support and funding, euthanasia for space can be eliminated. Nationally, shelters with strong volunteer and foster programs are 40% more likely to achieve no-kill status, saving thousands of lives. Fourth, compassion should never be punished. Many residents feed stray dogs out of kindness. These caregivers should not face fines. Feeding programs improve animal health, reduce aggression, and make sterilization easier instead of penalizing compassion. Let's partner with these individuals for spay, neuter, and vaccination efforts. Finally, expanding animal control is an investment in safety and compassion. Adding staff and resources reduce stray populations, prevents bites, and lowers shelter overcrowding. Killing animals is expensive and demoralizing. Proactive programs like fostering and rescue partnership save money and lives. I urge you to prioritize these changes in the next budget cycle and make animal welfare top priority in our city.
Melissa, is that there?
Satellites won't just be adjusting as a precaution to do so.
Melissa is at the 6530 Peacock Drive.
handbrake
Texas 78414, District 5. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for bringing this to the table. It's the animal issue that I'm interested in. I'm a foster. I have neighbors helping strip clubs of Corpus Christi. I don't follow the law. I feed animals that are starving, and I help cats that are starving. I not cats, and I also take dogs to get spayed and neutered and try to get them back to their owner, because even though there's vouchers, there's people that don't want to drive their animals or say they can't drive them. And I'm somebody that the culture has changed, because when I was growing up, my parents said dogs belonged outside. But I want to thank Councilmember Roy for letting you guys know that the animals have a soul. We're not talking about swimming pools, we're not talking about libraries, but we're talking about souls. We're talking about trying to educate the community and let them know that the animals have a soul. I talk to people every day trying to make them understand that it's not just a dog, it's a life. How can you compare a swimming pool that's going to be closed 9 months out of the year, going to be open 3 months out of the year, to the lives of these dogs? You just can't. I agree that we need more space and that it would be nice to have really nice kennels, but you cannot possibly outbuild this problem. It's way too much more than just space. We need to educate our community, go to schools and talk to kids. We need to do more. Animal control is expected to do a whole lot. I was at an advisory committee meeting where they showed me in a matter of a couple of months exactly how many calls came in. There's more than 3,000 calls. Capacity to answer those calls. That's why you're getting those texts. That's why we're upset. That's why we're crying. I've never had anybody call me back and say, we followed up on the call with this. They have the time. They say, you need to put a letter that says, you want to know what happened, you'll let me know in about 15 days. I never, you have to something called video complete. I don't even remember what it's called. So why you put in a letter and you ask them what happened in that case? And open request takes 3 weeks. And you might get something bad. You're not going to call someone to go check on that dog with his son. They don't have the capacity. There's 407 police officers in this city. We don't have officers to man these calls. There's no way. Who are they going to send? Maybe in a couple of weeks they'll go check on that dog that's in trouble. But 2 weeks is too long. But instead, older people simply say, we don't even have a dog. This is like having a football game. The guy throws the flag, and there's no enforcement, no penalty. Nobody loses daily yards. That's what this is. This is a game that you're not going to win until you enforce the rules and you educate the people.
Hello, my name is Saskia Murray, and I just want to take a few seconds to request and make a suggestion. One way to have city resident, ma'am, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Yes, I live in Corpus Christi, zip code 78414. I just wanted to suggest that we try to incorporate perhaps in our water bill, both electronically and hard copy, a dollar donation that will go towards animal welfare. That's something that I really, really wanted to share with you. And also the fact that I do appreciate everything that animal control is doing. In fact, my pup Anjing, his name is Anjing, was adopted about 5-6 years ago from animal control, and we love him, love him, love him. And currently I have 2 abandoned stray pups in my backyard, in my house. It's all set up for them where it's nice and comfortable, nice rice and water, fed, and these are animals that are strays and were strays and now are with me. I can't find a rescue for them or anything, so I decided just to keep them. But I just want to make a suggestion regarding the donation on the water bill, either electronically or hard copy. We just added $1.50. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Matthew Rankin?
Video complete.
It's going to be a civil standby. The mother is the owner of the property. Her daughter has been leased there, but the mother is causing problems.
Matthew Rankin, Corpus Christi, also known as HBO. I'd like to thank the city. As you can tell, today I'm up in Cameron for the first time in one of these meetings. I told you a couple years ago it'd be coming. I told you a couple months ago it already happened. Corpus had the honor of getting the very first enforcement letter from Ken Paxton telling you to comply with the law or else. And you did. So, good job. City Council, you guys can carry now too. So if you got a carry license, I'd recommend you carry the meetings. Let me know if anybody tells you you can't. The only people who can't carry in this room now are the city employees. So I don't take that employers, city policy employees are not carrying. You're the only ones who can. As far as the police department, I found out why my complaint against the unlawful banning of weapons from the police department headquarters did go through. You'll be getting another enforcement order pretty soon. So you're going to need to rekey the elevator so that only somebody with a car can get off on the second floor, change a couple doorways, and stairwell access doorways to comply with the law. I don't know how much that's going to cost. You'll be getting a letter from the AG to come to compliance probably next week or two. That's in the works right now. Going back to decorum rules, thanks for following the law, and everybody gets 3 minutes, mostly. We still got a problem with the rest of the decorum rules, though, because you're still enforcing naughty language rules. So we're going to have to work on that. Anybody can say political here on this thing. So once again, yes, there's a response.
Yes, sir. We don't allow that. So you are working Thank you, sir. How time's up?
I want to go back to what has changed. We talked about this earlier.
Thank you, sir.
Rachel Colorado D1, they say you can tell how well a community is by how they shoot the less fortunate. So we really need to focus on this animal thing and make it a priority. I'm extremely supportive of that. As much as I appreciate other people coming up here, we all have a right to have our opinions. And, you know, everybody gets information from different places. The civil lawsuit against the city in the Ajit David case is still active, so that's a lie. And the reason why that is a lie is because there are people behind that dais that are avoiding depositions. So we know that the case is still active and in litigation because somebody
people perjured or conflicted city staff, the legal department. We're forgetting all the schematics involved in this case, including the fact that the Type B board, which obviously is not doing great things, they didn't have a second reading on the ordinance because it was a different ordinance. So we can't go off of everybody's comments. Research, watch the meetings from the Plan B, those meetings, and the people that were involved. But the civil lawsuit is still active. Otherwise, you can be in your second position. With that being said, I really hope we can turn over a new leaf here, guys. It's a new year, and we start doing things legally. We start being responsive to this community, and we become more transparent, because this is necessary at this point. Thank you.
Jason Hale.
Members, Jason Hale, Corpus Christi, just to make this real quick, I want to thank the city manager, some staff, and council for putting together the far-field advisory committee. I know it costs money, a lot going on, but I think it's important because we need affordable water supplies, but before that, we also need to make sure that they're feasible and safe. And I think the committee will be instrumental in helping with that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Vacancies or categories, which are 4 at large and are seeking your appointment.
The last time I was here, it was November 18th. 2025.
Can you state your name and city, please, Ms. Lytle?
From the historical neighborhood and community of Hillcrest. The last time I made a statement that we, Hillcrest, the neighborhood, had not been advised of what to expect of the DeSalle in our neighborhood. And back in 2021, the city invited after that, what to expect, what's coming, any information. We never got that information. Matter of fact, I had a picture that I got offline that I bet that showed a picture of what it looked like, showed Broadway and things, but did not show the true meaning of a DeSalle plant in Hillcrest. So I just want you to know, I did do my research, and we do not have nothing on the minutes that anyone has come to Hillcrest, a town hall meeting, anything, to give us full detail. Also, I have always believed in whatever project you do, make sure that you have success in it.
The feet of Ukraine.
So by having success in it, we have to go to
Ukraine is fighting what it considers an existential
we have a far-field study taking place. You have a committee.
And in Geneva.
And my concern is that by having far-field know that and Hillcrest is not the place for it to sound. Because, and then if you do it, and you know it's not the place, that's going to be here. Everyone has success. Because when you leave the council, you want to your name they did the right thing. So I'm hoping that you wait to do February 24th, wait until the Farmfield study has been done.
Working with the Offices of Customs and Border Protection, law enforcement have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Chris Splitter? He's here, okay. We're good. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes our, we're going to go back to the agenda, we're going to go to item number 24. Deputy Commissioner, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's okay if I need public comment. It's my first time and I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Would that be okay? Okay, here's my state your names. My name is Carla adopting the zero tolerance policy for euthanasia of healthy and treatable animals at CCPD due to space is a recipe for disaster, and while the effort may seem humane at first glance, it may be misguided. They see firsthand the consequences of no-kill policies while working in a shelter, and adopting the policy can cause greater harm to the community animals, the staff that care for them, and it may result in overall higher operational costs. Overcrowding of an animal shelter typically leads to the spread of diseases, and it's because of the lack of space the staff has to adequately prop and sanitize kennels. Some of these diseases, like intestinal parasites, while they may be easy to treat, can be passed back and forth among animals, leading to constant treatment, driving up costs. Especially when these diseases, more deadly diseases like dysentery and parvovirus can spread quickly in overcrowded shelters, and sometimes they don't even show symptoms and expose other animals to these diseases. They often don't recover from these diseases despite best treatment efforts, which can be long and costly, administering limited available resources. In the event that they do survive, they are left with neurological issues that require lifelong management with medication, again leading to higher treatment costs. I've experienced firsthand the emotional stress that comes with caring for these animals experiencing life-threatening illnesses. The stress does not only come from witnessing the suffering of the animal, it comes from the increased workload which falls on the shoulders of an already overworked and understaffed workforce. Dogs in overcrowded areas can develop anxiety and aggression. Those with anxiety are put on medication to manage this anxiety. This treatment is costly and also makes them less likely to be adopted. Providing humane care to the animals already in custody in overcrowded shelters can deplete their overall quality of life. I touched a bit on the policy on staff. I do want to note there is a national shortage of people working in vet medicine because it is notorious for burnout resulting from overcrowding and overfunding, long hours, impossible workload, and poor treatment from the community members they attempt to serve. While euthanasia is a sad reality, it is not the problem. It is a symptom resulting from the systemic failures of community animal welfare. It is a necessary procedure to manage the ever-growing population problem in our city. We have several orgs doing amazing work, but they can't do this alone. So instead of banning euthanasia, it's time to focus on efforts that prevent the need for it in the first place by making sure that CCACS has a budget that can support operations and adequate staffing as well as more space. Educating the community on how their choices can impact the animal population, how quickly animals can breed, and also providing more grants for city-wide TNR programs. Thank you. Did we address this? Okay, so 24 is to discuss and consider possible action to adopt a zero tolerance policy stating that the utilization of healthy or treatable animals in Corpus Christi for space, capacity, or operation reasons is strictly forbidden, will not be authorized, and will not be justified under any circumstance with mandatory reporting and oversight to ensure compliance as requested by Councilmembers Eric and Vaughn and Kelly Paxson.
Okay, so my understanding
we killed 20 animals last year for space, correct?
We humanely euthanized 20 dogs, yes, in fiscal year 2025 for space.
So that's about
2%.
2 animals per month.
So we only euthanized for space for 4 months of the year last year, and those months were actively July and August were the two highest. July we were 5, August we were 3. Now, if you do know the animal welfare field, that is the time where people their chickens proceed more aggressively. So in order to respond to those calls, we try to plead them to our rescue partners our fosters, our partners within the city to try to get them to take animals from our facility so we can pick up the animals that are loose where the public are. In order to do that, in those 2 months, we did not have the resources to move animals to, so unfortunately, those are the highest levels, 5 and up.
And so, first of all, I want to apologize to you guys if I raise my voice, whatever the case is. It wasn't directed to you, it's directed to the situation itself. And I'm talking about, I'm trying to talk about it. But I've been talking about
All those in favor?
I'm not your average elected official. I'm outspoken. I don't care what people think.
Recommending board.
I'm not going to be politically correct. I'm not going to say city staff is doing a great job every single time. I think you guys are doing as best as you can with the tools that we have given you and the monies. I heard that we do not have anything in place. But I'm going to speak up when I see something wrong. And I feel that a lot of council members never really spoke up because they didn't want to make anybody uncomfortable or make anybody sad or whatever the case is. I don't care. I'm not going to cater to nobody. I don't owe anybody any favors. And if people want to support my campaign financially, great, but I have my own money. I don't care. I'm going to speak up when I see something wrong. And I feel that things are going on in the animal care center. And I'm going to speak up till I'm blue in the face. And I don't feel that the center is being honest about how many animals I kill for space. I think what I was being told from workers from there is I'll kill animals for small little medical reasons that are treatable.
Again, sir, it's a people that you
I'm just telling you what so I just if I don't get the support today, then the public knows what people say about animals. If it's only 20 a year, I think having a city policy to kill no animals for space, y'all can figure out what to do with 20 animals. And I just feel that we need to start somewhere. I need to apply the pressure on city staff to figure this out. So, I just, something has to be done once and for all. I mean, it's just, yeah, we spend money on the shelter, $4 million or whatever the case is, but we didn't touch kennels, added more kennels, added more employees, we just fixed the parking lot, fixing AC units where everything was overpriced. I mean, they've done so much better with their money. I just feel that I'm gonna speak up every time I see something wrong. And, you know, if I wasn't the one who's spoken up about the animals being dumped at the landfill, they'll also be doing it. And that chambers, the thing that cremates animals will still be broken. It's only because I made a big deal about it. And I just feel that we still have to keep on talking about this because we gotta fix the issue. You know, that we could do simply little things. We advertise the gas department on our utility bills every month or every other month. Why can't we advertise animals under adoption? Why can't we say, hey, they have 45 days to live, adopt the dog, show the faces on the utility bills. We do it for the gas department, we do it for rate increases, we do all this other crap, but we can't do simply as Zach enter a flyer in there stating, hey, this is animals for adoption. Make the best pictures as possible. Hire somebody to make the saddest picture of the dog so people can go and adopt. Or even to donate to the shelter. I'm sure a lot of people would do it. I would do it. You know, I'm praying I found somebody who will build us some more shelters, some more kennels. I haven't been in a couple weeks, and I'm praying that we can make a deal, build some, donate money to build some more kennels. But it shouldn't be their responsibility, it should be our responsibility. It's a public safety issue.
Scourge of mass shootings is a horrific on our nation. We must
I'm going to jump in and I was, you're saying I was calling it low-hanging fruit. And I don't know either, I haven't done that. You know, I looked at that CCPD report, whatever came out. So I don't know what's listed there, but the councilman is basically talking about low-hanging fruit. Can we put something together? Or maybe you're already doing it. Somebody mentioned earlier, and I know you're being in schools. We are in schools. We are in schools. So I don't know, maybe we need to know exactly what you're doing. Is there low hanging fruit like the utility bill? Okay, that's a great idea. Little things like that maybe aren't on that city report, or maybe are. I don't know.
96 of the 169 It's more, obviously. So the answer is yes, we're doing it, and we can do more.
I'm interested in that, because I know we have plans for money for that land, and it will be fruitful, but I know it takes time, it takes money, and that comes in budget season. And that's the other thing. I would, I'm going to move this, it's right in front of Peter. When
is to install a virtual
staff,
and here I've installed
when y'all prepare your budget, we're not having, and we get each department budget packets.
Security scan.
I'm not saying it's not happening, but I am. I think that your needs are much greater than what you're turning in.
Here I've got a
And I think you're trying to possibly, well, I mean, I don't know where they...
So that when we developed their budget this summer, we knew we were going to add resources to it, so I gave them direction, outline introductions, and tell us exactly what you need. So they didn't hold back.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's right, I knew you were going there, so they did not hold back, they didn't say, oh, I'm afraid to ask for this. We know exactly what we need, it's in the millions of dollars.
So I'd like to see that again, send it to the whole council. What those needs are. Because we have to remember that. Just like we do when we were in Flyboy last night. Cut that demolition, cut that budget. We were there last night, I'm sitting there looking down like, maybe we shouldn't have it. So it's a difficult task. But let's see more priorities again. I'd like to see that.
Just to give us this is important, I'm trying to this is one thing in the budget that we talked about this morning, that is we need $50 million to be able to have the same level of street repair a few months from now. You see $45 million. That's just one, that's basic street. So again, when you take something in isolation all day, let's do it. But the council has to collectively understand all needs and weigh in and give us direction. Because at this point, we've cut the budget 2 years in a row. So now I've eliminated several departments that benefit, the city, and so at this point it's hitting what the residents want most: parks, libraries, code compliance. Those are the only areas that we start the city to go to, in my estimation. It's really going to come down to that, is what do we prioritize? It's a tough thing, the business of being a council member and running a city. Because when we get to these situations where we want to do what Councilman Cantu's doing, but you have to not do something else. So, anyway, it's just a simple comment.
So, how many rescues you guys?
I smell it.
Can you send me an email with the person's names and phone numbers? And then, so my understanding, once again, y'all put down $20 cats, animals a year. So it's hard to believe that's how many we put down. Let's argue. What I want to do is do a motion. If I get a second, great. If I don't, then these for the animals. If we only kill 20 animals a year, I don't think this would be a big inconvenience for you guys to not have a policy in place that won't kill for space. So I want to do a motion that a new policy that we will not kill for space in the Corpus Christi shelter. Is that something we can do? How do I do it?
Yeah, you can make that just so what the advice is that we tell the council members is that what that would mean is that on those months where there's high requests for picking up strays, we won't be able to pick them up. And so when that happened, that just happened recently around the Christmas break, where a resident called in and had like 4 stray dogs, and the animal care department said, we're not going to be able to get them. It's just hold like
there's strays all over Corpus Christi.
I know, I'm just going to finish the story. The customer because they had no space. There's no space, and there's no point going to pick up 4 dogs if there's no place for them. So we can do that all day long. We can keep them in the kennels, and then when we get calls for service, we just won't be able to pick them up because there's no place to put them. That's right. It's really that basic. So we have no problem doing that. We just need the council and the community to know, and we work to communicate that with you, that the shelter's full. We're not going to pick up any more dogs.
But we only put down 20 dollars.
Yeah, no, it would be just isolated issues like the Christmas time, just 4, that's not a lot. We have one customer, one resident saying, hey, can you come pick up these 4 dogs? All it takes is one case, like Amanda said, in San Antonio, where and small to death, 6 stray dogs picked up. So it's a risk. It would be a risk. We can do it, and it's not a lot, it won't be a lot of time if they said this was 400, that we euthanize, I would say absolutely not. 40 is manageable. The payoff or the trade-off is that there's going to be a couple of times a year when we're not going to pick up dogs or cats because there's no space. We can't just go pick them up and keep them in the back of the truck.
I beg to differ a couple of times.
I just said 4 months. Actually, there's no citizen comment. There was only 4 months in the year, right? So 4 times, 4 or 5 times.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it happens a whole lot where we're
rescuing a dog and trying to get him to the shelter, not the shelter, I'm sorry, our facility, and can't. And people, so, I mean, I would say it kind of happens way more than 4 times a year.
That's a good point.
How many times have we said, well, we gotta find someone, and they're screaming, I'm just a dog. Yeah, I kind of want you to speak on this. I want to hear y'all's perspective. Y'all are the ones out there. But anyhow, okay, can we do that? And then we want to speak to, and we do have public comment on the side. So, this has
address the motion, as long as citizen comment.
Well, it is here, but public comment.
Switch over to public comment. I thought we were trying to.
We did not switch over to public comment. We're going to eventually. Councilman Kentu was, you were in this,
He was making a motion, yes, do that, and I said, we can't hold up this as a trade-off.
Let me get Hernandez and we'll come back. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I made the mention of a kind of a balance between animal care and animal control in the sense that you want to care for the animals, but you also are a public safety organization, right? And, recently I had a constituent of mine, I don't know if you know this, but Carroll High School is the Future Farmers in America facility, and they have a barn over by Cabinets. A pack of dogs, usually a few lambs and goats that were there that were for Future Farmers America. Now, I know a few of them were captured, they were ultimately euthanized because they were dangerous animals, but not all of them were captured. So we have a balance here. And, I understand, I sympathize. I own a dog. His name is Milo. I've had a dog since I can remember. But I understand there's challenges here, and that there are safety components associated with this. And, I don't want to be in a situation where we don't address those because of our concerns. Now, I don't know what your relationship is with your partner organizations where you can ask them to come get an animal, or what the transaction is. Is there a cost associated with it? Do you just hand it over? What's the... I'm trying to find a happy medium here to where we're doing our best we can to save the animals, but also meet the public safety needs. Can you kind of address that?
So do you please summarize something that's these are for specific animals or they're all groups of animals? And the research to take in as many as they can. So of course is the partners that are taken by people partners, they are the biggest partners. And we also send animals out of state. But again, all of these things take time. Of course, on space, bring the animals in. Our state partners need time to reach out transport. So every day, and so there is a balance between finding placement and giving your animal as much time as possible to get out of the facility and addressing the public safety.
Okay, when you say out-of-state partners, I'm assuming that we're sending animals on board. Is this something that we transport, or they come and get the animal?
So typically we will transport up to 3 hours to a transporter, and then they pay to have these animals transported out of state. And there's people whose profession is to drive dogs across the country.
Okay, so 3 hours from here to Houston, right?
Houston, San Antonio, where there's bigger hubs, that's where they're transported.
How many animals is that for us on a monthly basis?
So on a monthly basis, it's right
right, we're around 100. Last year, we did a total of 900 rescue transfers.
Especially when it comes into retention requirements.
You know, I
So if this is my personal laptop, I don't really care, so I'm going to enter
What
this.
I'm concerned about is having that balance. I can't tell you that, you know, it was my daughter's friend whose animal was killed. And, so I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, and we're addressing the dangerous dogs and the concerns for public safety as to where, you know, and, but also, I mean, they're doing the best we can. I appreciate the fact that we're sending 900 dogs to other places. Peter, I don't know.
It's a challenge, Councilman, we know that, so, I mean, the motion that the councilman made is doable, we just need to know what the rate up is.
I just want to make sure that we address the dangerous dogs.
Yeah, exactly, well.
That, you know, because there are dangerous dogs out there.
They don't know what a dangerous dog is until they collect them, right? I mean, go ahead, say what were you gonna say?
One of the things in considering, what council considering, essentially no killers limit. So when we are at capacity, then we can no longer take an animal. So that means aggressive dogs as well. So there's that component that we have to analyze. Also with enforcement. So if we're at capacity, then enforcement levels will go down. Potentially, and then as well, then there may be increased in reported dog bites. So in places where they may have no kill shelter, sometimes those can be the potential impacts. So that's something that we would have to get with to do comprehensive analysis, just in terms of impacts to the community, if and capacity can no longer emit animals in, or potential impacts on the community.
Okay, because even Councilman Campos gave an example of Sean getting bit right in that feed reported, and you know, nobody comes out. So
and I can say, doing research on this before we came today, there's only one municipality that we compare to that is a no-kill shelter. One has tried to go no-kill. It lasted about a year, and then realized that they could not maintain and enforce what they needed to, and serve the community like they wanted to. So we could go this way, but we would need to do an analysis to see how that would affect our residents.
Yeah, this motion is not for no bill, it's just no utilization of space.
And that's what it is.
Alright, Councilman Vaughn. I understand how compassionate he is about this, because I don't want to kill the animals either. But I'm afraid we may cause more harm than good if we don't take a halt and just look at it and make sure we know what the consequences of doing it. This young lady made some good points that I haven't thought about the sickness and air conditioning. With the pollen, because you're not going to have a space, you're going to put more than two in a kennel or whatever, you have many dogs together. You can't maintain that. Dogs get you hurt right there because you need bigger guys. So I'm concerned about it. That's a shame. That's what I'm saying. We've got to have some kind of legislation to address what's going on here. There's a video. Something a little bit like this. You can do what you want to, but I wish you would let us come back and give us the consequences of what can happen, because I didn't think about any of these things that young lady said. I don't want them to get in there and get sick and die, get horrible, whatever. So that would just be my suggestion, just to maybe bring it back in the meeting that we're talking about, and then have a discussion, see what we can do, what's feasible. We don't have enough kennels, we know that. I get that, but what they're saying, if they're saying that we can't pick the dogs up, I don't want that, because if somebody gets hurt on the street, because we did this kind of like we got rid of that militia, we come back to violence and so I just think we need to be careful. All I'm saying is, let's find out what the consequences are, and make a more informed decision and let us a little bit more information, because I don't want them to be killed either.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, feel compelled to rescue dogs. I'm a grandfather. My granddog is my daughter's rescue dog. She got pretty well, as a matter of fact. I know how it works, by the way. You go to events and you give people a couple of glasses of wine. Next thing you know, I'm a grandparent for a dog. Kingsley, our beloved, rest in peace, we adopted him. We've collected dogs and saved dogs. I'm also a recipient of a dog bite. Yeah. So I'm on both sides of that. So I'm a little traumatized when we're talking about dog biting because I'm on a bicycle right now. My friends, by the way, claim it's because I don't ride fast enough. I would submit to you, it was really windy, and I was riding in the wind, and it was mile 45. That's not because I'm a slow rider. My thought, I think this is the most responsible that we got to Citygate. I sure want to have a public conversation about where we're at, what the costs involved. I agree, we need to know the consequences. And I was fascinated by the number of responses I got in the last report. Mark, you do not want to go there. It's not as simple as no kill. That there's significant consequences. And in all fairness, last night. We need money for that. I wish we had twice as many police officers. I think we'd have less crime, and that's a human interaction. I mean, there are all kinds of things I'd like to do. At some point, we also, trying to save money to taxpayers. So, we certainly spend money. We do a good job spending money. But I'd like to hear about the city. I'd like to know the consequences. I'd like to walk before we run, and I'd like the public to know that just because I'm not putting or seconding that ordinance tonight doesn't mean I'm not an animal lover. I'm real sensitive to that. But just so we know, I think I've said I am, and I appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos, and then we're going to open the conference. Thank you, Mayor. This is a difficult subject, terror section. I'm here to take my deceased brother's dog, Timmy, and I'm not I have dogs in the past, but when he ended up getting an ass, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do? So I go to the vet, and they tell me it's going to be like $4,000 to $5,000 to remove that mass and treatment, and I'm like, I'm out. I can't do $4,000 to $5,000. So, fortunately, I was able to take him to another vet. Actually, that one on Baldwin, and it was much less. But it was just thankfully but Timmy was able to remove his mass, and I'm like, I don't know how he did it, but okay, now there's a big hole. The problem is this, that I'm on the other side as well, because I'm trying to treat him, with best I can with the resources that I have. But I'm also on the other side of my wall. I get calls. I see my neighbor, that is gotten big, and he loves dogs, So it's not that we don't want to support, Councilman Campos' motion, but we do need to be able to protect, our community. And as much as I would like to do, to stay practical, I think one of the things that I know the mayor has advocated for, which I mentioned it before, which is the spirit of I believe that there's only certain zip codes that are needed to take care of some of those, and I just think that if we had just more, especially when it comes into being able to size the population, so I'm just grateful that we have so many animal lovers here, and I think that was also a great suggestion about maybe be offering something, a donation, a contribution. I know that I get it at HEB and wherever I go, you know, the number of, you know, the whatever's left on the cents, you know, next dollar, you know, make a donation. I think that's something that maybe we could possibly look into. I'm just saying, you know, that we can, I hope, find a happy or a good solution to this. I think we can. I think there's a lot of support here. We just need to figure out how we can talk to each other and, you know, I don't know if y'all know all these people. Do you know all these people that came in and made the comments?
We know some, yes, but we're okay. To introduce ourselves to the rest.
Okay. So, again, I feel, you know, for these animals, and I want to do the right thing, but I also have to protect my community. So I don't want to be able to call and say, and y'all tell me or tell them there's no way. I don't want to ever hear that. So I don't know.
I forget, I'm going to get very confused under. There it is. And in fact, although this can be unattendedly, in practice I found that with many distros, including Linux Mint and Ubuntu, it doesn't always work in time. I'm going to click skip on the installation. First memory.
Here's your double USA. Your customer website would do a social call. That will set you up with a calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/. Tonight, you tell the company so that they are able to be monitored. Be very careful with this. In many jurisdictions, interfering with the utility monitoring device is illegal under anti-tampering laws, and it could result in fines or your service being cut off. Plus, blocking data transmission doesn't actually stop the data from being recorded, it's just stored and uploaded. Run that on any computer without I know the data. It is a not gonna solve the goddamn world fucking problem. So I'm asking for more here in Corpus. The Christi.
And I'm sitting there having to wait for products and things, that shit. It's like wasting so much goddamn time, you know?
Those who will authorize the notice, working for the
Socks on, so you're gonna have